Hello, my learned lurking friend. I hope you're having a good day. There's probably more I could add to that, but I hope you're doing okay. Bum, bum, bum. But welcome back to the adventures of Ryusuke, however I just call him Ryu, I don't care. Where we're entering the final chapter of the game series, which is pretty interesting. The Resolve of Ryusuke Naruto. Which is the first time that a chapter has finished with an investigation and the next one started with a trial. Not the first time we start with a trial, because that's like at the start of every game, really. You get like the bare minimum to work with, and then it's like, here you go, you're Ace Attorney now. Like, oh, am I? I don't really see how that could be possible, but sure, whatever. Because it helps that the teachers almost always die. But for those that are unawares, we are investigating the death of Mr. Tobias Gregson, the head the head detective who was mysteriously shot and killed in an old rundown building. I guess what strikes me the most about this case is that there are so many people out there, specifically one person, who just uses a fake name and somehow gets away with that. He uses like 3 fake names and everyone's like, oh, okay, I guess you're that guy, and this guy, and that guy. And there's no problem there. But I have no idea what to expect from our final chapter. The Resolve of Ryusuke Naruto. But I do want to finish this game before next week, because next week is when Pokemon comes out, and Pokemon will probably take over this thing, and I don't know what you're talking about. That is clearly my actual name, Phoenix. You have no proof otherwise? So, the time has finally come. Today, we unravel everything, I guess. I've been counting upon you to support me more than ever today, Miss Sato. Oh, okay. Mrs. Sato? Kinda need your support here. Ah! Why? Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruto? Nothing. I was just saying I'd be relying on your support today, but... So sorry, of course. I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. You already did. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Sato isn't her usual self at all. It's hardly surprising, I suppose. Just found out that her father's the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention... Good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks! Our best friend! Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did he just say thank you and it wasn't sarcastic? That's not possible, is it? What? Oh, nothing. I hope we can clear things up today. Really can't make this man out. Face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since it all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, good point. Ugh. The Reaper? I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. I mean, we're good friends, don't get me wrong, but he's not me. I don't even have a scythe. Huh? It was my tactic of acceptance to that sodium. Is that how you say the word? I don't know. English is hard. Especially when there's like probably 3 silent letters in that one word. Stupid pterodactyls. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. You're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because the serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, Frank Van Zeeks, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit was returned as some sort of demigod. Of course, I laughed at such a thing. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of law, could not. Yeah, we heard that story too, apparently. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion. Just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. Ugh. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Hello, Griffey. I hope you are having a good, non-Reaperish day. You know, I thought of adding some animated emotes because I have the power to, but I don't really know what I would do or how to animate. So, you know. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Hi, I've been here the whole time. Oh, Iris, when'd you get here? I brought you some of my special blends. Hurley loves it. Says it helps him clear his head. I thank you. Oh. Well then. That's sure the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. Seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sorta subdued, I suppose. I am not. Shut up. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. Clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Seitz's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh yeah. Would you take this? Is that one of the little felt dolls that usually dangle from your knapsack? Uh-huh. It's a lucky charm. A little Hurley I made once. Why is he a rabbit? I mean, I guess Sholmes is skittish like a rabbit, but... A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. Get it? Cause it's a hare. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right, it's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. That's ominous. Okay. You think all we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And, seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all these stops. What does that mean? It means he puts stop signs in front of your desk so that every time you object, there's just a big stop sign in front of you and you can't point. It's really obnoxious, really. I should have came up with that tactic myself. What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Professor Migatoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Sato? Yeah, it would seem so. Telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku, too? That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Ominous. Council defense to defendant. Court's about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. It's a good thing no one bribes the bailiffs, because they hear everything we say. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie. Yeah, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper, I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing, but also, I'm not the Reaper. Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, yes. Also, I appreciate the offer, Griffey, but I have no idea what I would even do. Like, none of my emotes are really... like, well animated. They're not really in a position to be well animated. It's like, I guess for Seems Godo, we could do like... Oh, I just realized I never actually transferred those, did I? Could have like... heat things coming off the coffee and his head moving or something, and... the crying one could just have the tears actually flowing, and... like, a lot of them I could see moving, but I don't really want to animate that, or have you animate that. A little blob that waves, sure. I do have the waving blob. From the videos that I've stopped making. Which, you know, I feel bad about, but they weren't really good anyway, so who cares. Lord Van Zeek's always been a formidable prosecutor I've locked to horns with the court, but not today. Today, I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Also, hello, Sasato's right there. Trust her, right? Trust her to flip you. Okay. It's all been leading up to this one day. This one trial. To one final reckoning. Oh, I'm standing here. Why is he, like, stand like that? Why is this leg in front of the other? Feels even more impressive here than it did yesterday. Also, this is the first time we've seen both of them in one shot. I don't think we've seen this since, like, the first one. Gold stairs piercing me like knives from all sides today. Mr. Naruto, look! Oh, no. Lord Strongheart! Kazuma must have known beforehand, and they never tell me anything. The ramifications of this trial will now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal that, on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of a man, and the revelation that the prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from all countries around the world. It's imperative that we uncover the truth of these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. I'd rather you didn't, because you're probably a bad... Also, what's with the unicorn? Why? 6 Jurors Flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those present in the public gallery are distinguished members of the judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. The poor horse. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceeding brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side of the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors, at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given Inspector's identification, and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact, he wasn't. Which I don't think he ever did that in our cases. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It appeared he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as a chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Simon's. He was recovering enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. Formally admitted to posing as Gregson while investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday posed the suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. Prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Osogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss this issue, confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. Entirely possible Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday, that the time of death was 5 p.m. on 1st of November. Indication of attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. Seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. Evidence to support the idea, we must investigate it thoroughly. Very well, the court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if the subject report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim the day before Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. Conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. Why am I never told of these things? I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Regina? Yep, I figured. Like, they'd never introduce another Scotland Yard person, right? State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Porton. Reaper, sensitive of Scotland Yard. Repair. Representative. Okay. I thought she said Reaper. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Odo? What's with that Gina again? Look, eh? Ah! She read my mind! False mental world to me. Ain't done more for me than everyone else ever did. About me, I got you out of being arrested twice. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me all life can be to have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Kina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assigned police assignment that the police knew nothing about. I swear I can read. Very troubling. That face. Lu Shonghao knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Come right up, sir. Yeah, I know everything the guy was doing. All y'all detectives supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. A little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealing that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What makes matters worse is, there was a witness who saw the Reaper at the place too. What? Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels across the globe. Sorry, was dying. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activities. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of investigations being leaked into involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at the time? In a particular room, certain exclusive London gentlemen's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about this. Yes, well, you know. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Bart von Zeeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony, then. Oh my. But Van Zeeks made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Can we get his word on it? Okay. Very well then, counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Okay. I don't care about that. Okay, someone was asking me a thing. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep. Part of the independent illustrated investigation. Yeah, I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I was stuck into his office when no one else was about. Because if everyone in the yard seen me going in there, they'd have toughed me straight out of the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation, and more and more like something else. Prosecution understands that it was very detective who discovered the notebook. Got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. Found it hidden in his desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. Then I went and had myself where no one could find me so I could have a butcher's of what was written in it. If somebody in the yard had found me out, they'd have duffed me straight into the street. Nah. Got it now though, ain't I? Anyone for me, it wouldn't have been found. I mean, yeah, sure. Hold it. You have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. See if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yeah, I remember, but I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. What kind of nonsense? Who cares? It might be used in the future, so we don't want criminals to know that we know. Like, they already know. You already said a gentleman's club. There's not really a high number of those. I don't know what the fuss is all about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. And I could too. Got this reading game button up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the harm? Also, yeah, these are closed proceedings, so it won't go to the public. Of course, you know, there's probably criminals in this room as we're speaking, but... like, what could be the harm in revealing this information? Judge hasn't signaled his objection yet, because the judge isn't really here. I could try to find out. What should I do? Absolutely insist. I don't think there's been a single one of these choices where you just wait and see. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. Well, Ryu said it for you, I guess. Shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightly exercising caution, I imagine. I don't really care. No, my lord. This prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? No question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. He's mad. Right then, I get to show off me reading skills. Alright, what's it called? Apparently a smuggled goods deal is going to happen in a gentleman's club called the Grouse? The Grouse? The Grouse. Is that right, Gina? The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I don't know. I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Yes, I look great, although I miss my headband. I'll tell you what, me and the Chief Inspector Toby could go undercover. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks, see what else I could find while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, what's with these black market dealings were going to take place? Is it? Or that's where the... Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower ranked detectives of the yard reckon. Says the even lower ranking detective. No idea what... Okay, do I have anything that goes against the grouse? Oh wait, these are Clint's autopsy. Hello, random. Hope you're having a good day. And it was his box was cut open. Sogi papers, inspector's identification. I can't think of anything that went like directly against. No, this is just our identification thing, right? Though it was... They did say it was for the... He was at the docks, right? I don't know. I don't remember what this says anyways. Looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. SS Grouse, first class... Oh! The SS Grouse? First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. No comment, random. Asked the boat Professor Migatomo Judge Jigoku came back from Japan. I thought it was called the Blackbird Line. It's right on the thing. Oh, I can't read cursive. I think it's almost a year since we arrived in Dover in the SS Buria. Seems shame not keep taking as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yeah, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet. I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by his little sigh? I was also curious about this, but they don't seem to really care? I don't think so. No, it just... Hello, P. Hope you're having a good day. It's either Grouse or Groose, but I'm gonna assume it's not Groose because Groose is a good character. Alright, well, I guess it's this then.
Objection!
Objection! I've read about the clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your beer cracked or something? Do we know for sure the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Groose? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definite yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing very irrelevant attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. And? If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here! Let me see that! Dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. No, the other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Make me look like a dummy. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for the passage upon a steamship, yes? The SS Grouse.
Objection!
Objection! So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived in Port Dover on the 1st of November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on the Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on a clandestine mission, the ship hadn't yet docked in British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. I mean, maybe he swam? I don't know. Objection! In fact, the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain. Sustained the defense assertion the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. And with the substantial your claim the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. I definitely have that. Let's see, Gregson. Going with this one. I'm guessing he took a boat. He took a boat out to sea to catch the boat. I don't know. What's this? A passport travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st of October? What are you suggesting? Yeah, I've got evidence for that. I do. Dang it. Let me read through all my things again. Darn game never tells me anything. Hang on, I'm messing with the microphone's things a little bit. Suggesting that one day, just before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Order in the court. Documents for passage to France. It does appear to have officially authorized. Day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover. My ears just clicked. It docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk. Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruto. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Prosecutor's strategy for this trial has been laid out down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at London Club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line of the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a form of the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? Reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. But the Reaper? Order in the court. What on earth are you saying, counsel? Prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Flashback to myself. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is at the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak von Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Well, what the hell you think you're saying, eh? My boss will never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, that can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barak von Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, suggesting that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh? You have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, counsel? Absolutely! It's very simple. The day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Esumi Toba and Judge Goku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. That's so funny. You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you'll miss the point. That precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seemed that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. Eh? What? Victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying. Even if all them bludgers got taken out had it coming. Well, the boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina. No question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard the rumors. I ain't heard nothing. I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, and as a representative of Scotland Yard, consider it your chance to defend your boss. I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you'll tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Yeah, alright. I guess I'll do that then. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reapers got into the past 10 years. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. Last entry was 31st October. Said gross on the place and that date, and then the name of the mark. No, but him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. 10 years ago? That would have just been the professor, wouldn't it? Well, honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Oh man, if only you were present in like every other case we've been in. Must be so hard for her. Can't deny it now, surely, RuneScape Naruto. What can I deny? Notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's the information the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. Name that was written alongside the entry that mentions the gross on 31st October. Eh? Oh, how you read this then? Reading's still not our strong suit. Hey, the problem, alright, Odo. Yeah, stop reading my mind. Why are you so good at that? It's a funny name, it ain't English, it's hard to read. The other judge die? No, he is just being replaced today for some reason. Strongheart strong-armed his way into the courtroom so he could judge it himself. Let me have a bash at it. Say Shiro, is it? Yeah, Shishiro. G-Go-K-U, maybe? What? It can't be. Chihiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. Chihiro Jigoku. Surely not an English name, you're right. Objection. That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. No, for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak von Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument, if you're an idiot. I'll leave that part out. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you? Hold it. I'm here now. Pray forgive my inability to not have a hollow chalice. Pray forgive the discourtesy of feeling my hollow chalice while I stand accused of murder. Dang it, Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks! Accused have no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. Well, that's the task of the court to decide. I don't think so. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? Nah, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for a testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruto, this is our chance. My lord, the first request the defendant be allowed to speak. May be private and important information relating to the testimony given by the witness. No. Very well, make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination immediately. Yeah, I said immediately, don't slap yourself. At once, my lord. Like, is he okay? Does he need something? Like a doctor? Why'd he slap himself? I don't understand. Is it a Japanese thing? I do wonder if what's-his-face is in there. The short guy that stabbed... Where we first met Gina. And he stabbed that one guy. And then he burned to death. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and the notebook said, well, we found out. If I may... When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigation of the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proves conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head? If it was me, why would I admit that it was me? I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movement, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Bruce? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Which automatically proves that Van Zeeks couldn't possibly be the murderer, because they already said they have testimony proving that he was at the club and not the stupid boat. Which means he wasn't in France. At the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Wait, we never mentioned that it was in the metal trunk. How does he know about that? Kazuma. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? I guess he also noticed that he said the metal trunk, but we never mentioned the metal trunk, I don't think. Did we? Ugh, I hate second-guessing my own brain. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, other kept cropping up. What other name was that? So what I told you yesterday. Same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asa Shin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you listening yesterday? She tried to get me accused of murder. Asa Shin, the assassin. I think I just realized that her name is literally Assassin. Assassin. What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician. The one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. I don't know, I just thought she was... What, Gum? I probably pointed it out before and just forgot, but... I hope you're having a good day. I thought it was just a joke about her having shins. I don't know. Or like she's the shin of the organization. You know, Gregson was the arms, she has to be the shin. As a shin, I know exactly how to murder someone. He investigated marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plan was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. And perhaps it was said in the passport document. Permission for the application of one and one additional person to travel. The Crimson Shin. Covered in blood. Could that additional person have been... clearly the assassin who was meant to take Shishiro Jigoku's life? Yeah, Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Shishiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. At that point, Shin was dead. It just had like a question mark or something there. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, and how infuriating. Sasato, you know this. A nameless assassin? Well, clearly there was a third person, but Sasato knows that she's dead. She was, ironically, assassinated herself by someone unrelated to everything. You're saying the mark listed was Shishiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. I thought your name was odd, Odo. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judica. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago, studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. He still had a beard 16 years ago? Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. The aftermath of the professor case, his reputation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood has got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. We also haven't seen Jigoku for 2 days, but he did arrive from the boat, so... What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jigoku's no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. Related to the professor case, I'm sure. Yeah, of course, you're right.
Yeah, sure was trying to mitigate Jensen's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. That's embarrassing. Also said some contemptuous words about British Empire, for which he was charged.
Ugh. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I've forgotten about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? Ryu, you already knew this. He was considered to be an advocate to the professor's proceeding, you see, but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage he caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the Judge Yigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd. Take someone's life for that. Isn't that the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who've been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond the sane person's comprehension. But Gina's right there. Well, I haven't just about enough of this. Gina! All this nonsense about the boss's plan to kill people. It's clubbers. Come on, Odo. Yeah? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? Gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying in, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make it as a detective. When this trial's over, you'll forfeit your warrant card, Mr. Strayed. Is that clear? I've had it with a lot of you. Lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind. To do what? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears. I guess I press this one too, because I don't... I want to thank you, Gina. Help me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... yeah, the inconsistency is something that was said by... Kazuma, right? Because we never... the only thing that sticks out to me is we never said anything about the case. Also, why is he still in here? We already know who this is.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi said? It'd be the case that he mentioned, right? Or the passport, but I think it's the case.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? Certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? And a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport? Objection. What? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. 31st October. Where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Groose. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Hello, Mimikyu. Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but Kazuma was there on the ship, then it could only have been for one purpose. Listen, Naruto, surely you don't think... It definitely was live at least 30 minutes ago. I've been live for almost, a little over an hour. Sorry, Mimikyu. Blame Twitch. Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. Only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. How would you know that you didn't have a memory? Are you challenging me to prove it, beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day? In the same place as the inspector? He was there? With Gregson? Here's a clue you've overlooked. A secret that Trump can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. I need to verify it. I have a nasty feeling that I'm gonna be right. Accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. Events will identify for the court where the trunk is alleged clue is to be found. It's strong hearts to the judge today, apparently. Okay, I'm guessing they mean the cut inside here. Strongheart strong-armed his way into the courtroom and threw Santa out. Maybe... This list had been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. See that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. Fragment of metal of some sort. Pushed in so tightly you can't remove it. Yeah, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think.
Got it!
I think it's that. A piece of metal lodged on the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Kuruma. Of course it is. Well, you have two swords, but won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Osogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of the metal from the trunk fits together with the end of that sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Sogi? Expertly done, Ryunsuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to the Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the monk. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders? To dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explain? I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never gonna do it. You can believe Kazuma, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London on the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson, traveled to Dover, where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Groose and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be a register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. Where does you cutting into his metal box come into play? And the blood? That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. Objection. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. You do. The victim is killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. You don't have that. Where do you think you are? He can object if he wants to. Be that as it may, the court requested the sword as evidence. Great sword Kuruma. Must take immediate action now to verify whether Shishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. Recently came to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should be arise. You don't mean to say you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. He doesn't. He doesn't have any of that, but whatever. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. And honestly, I'd have you assassinated. You're still alive, therefore, there you go. Take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. The man can be located within half an hour. We will have to assume the worst. Indeed I did. Oh no, not Judge Goku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Even if he yelled out guilty and smacked someone with a hammer. Except, that is, for the Reaper wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through his net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake, my lord, sincerely hope we are successful. When unable to confirm Mr. Goku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Why? Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. Kazuma, the Reaper's assassin. How does the unicorn make that sound? I don't know. I also don't know why he has a unicorn. Feels so I'm in a nightmare. Can't believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma is in the habit of making up stories. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Goku. And I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. Felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careening towards a foregone conclusion. And in the worst case, I have only 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, maybe one last thing we can play. Or rather, one last year. What? Of course! We're out of options! Better pull this thing's ears. Little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. What is this gonna do? Explode? Flood the courthouse with tea? Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Hurley's ears or not? You never... Here it goes then. I'm gonna do it. Maybe point the face away from you. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the felt dog talking. Pull the ears again, Miss Naruto, as hard as you can. Alright then, pull with all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Ugh. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Okay, I wasn't expecting a walkie-talkie, which is adorable. Myself and my trusty partner are presently on the first-class cabin area of the SS Groose. The SS Groose? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of the cargo were loaded. How did it just fly over there? Also, forget Bluetooth phones. We need the blue and pink earphones. But how did he just fly it over there? Yeah, clearly it's alive. Currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in a half hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you already worked it out? The snails are great. I always like those snails, like, taking on the personification of who they're made for. That steamship was where everything really took place.
Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name?
Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective.
Recite to perfection, even if Brilly didn't recite it correctly. Well done!
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Sato, gently with this genius ear, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes. Just flies on over. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that was I, in fact, made the connection to SS Groose. I was at Scotland Yard yesterday. When I examined that notebook, I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow, and not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you?
It's entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. If we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say.
Do not fret, please. Precisely for that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. No doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yeah, you'd be hearing from us if we're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. What was the idea of making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris' invention, not mine.
If I had to read Iris's intention, it was exactly for this reason. Plus, it's Sholmes. I have the feeling that he would just ignore it if it didn't pull on his ear. As he tends to do. But you can't ignore pain.
Whilst I know you enjoy being a hero of the hour, Sholmes. About half an hour now before the grouse puts to sea again. We don't conclude our investigations rapidly. We shall find ourselves in Naples for long. Wait, are we Mikotoba right now? Are we using like first-person view?
Pull the mouse. I don't have a mouse. I have a Pikachu. That counts. If I pull that ear, do you get the feeling of your ears being pulled, Mimikyu?
There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So let us begin.
That's just the same guy.
First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe the investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize the world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you?
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Tricken Strongnov when you see one? Great detective? Ah, I don't think so. Why does that guy have Sholmes written on his arm?
Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? I must say, while such an adoration is flattering naturally, it does leave me a little cold.
What are you talking about? Leave now!
How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact.
How could you know this?
Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was.
You know, the best part about being Sholmes' partner is you're just kind of used to it, and you're just kind of you sass him at every point.
3 days ago, I was bound to London aboard this ship, you see. Looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku.
There is no one with that name on board.
You know, he purchased the tickets for passage.
Ah, you mean Easterman. He left ship 2 hours ago. They're at Dunkirk. He said something about the emergency, I think.
What? Are you sure? Heroes realize we're after him, has he?
His cabin's one behind you. We should like to investigate it, if you please. No, I have orders not to let even mouse inside, which is why Trap is here. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make some excuse that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detectives see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined!
You've only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Holmes.
Forget it, cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you?
Opening any lock?
Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind to afford the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner.
How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I?
Good man. So, the game is afoot. No, I can only examine. Okay. What is there to examine? Another door?
Nothing first-class cabin, yet its doors are completely unguarded.
Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though I confess I didn't investigate the wardrobe. Or the lion, or the witch. Maybe be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court.
Does it not strike you, though, Mikotoba, why the man sends guard only in front of this cabin when both are apparently vacant?
Fair to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it.
Well, I mean, setting it off seems like a good idea, right?
Here goes then. Pardon me in advance.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. You, what are you doing? If we are at sea, it'll be a very bad problem.
What's going on down there? Seaman Strogoff. Port at once.
Ah, oh dang it. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Oh.
Now, Sholmes, now.
Done.
Not even 5 seconds, eh?
Well, don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go.
Oh, yes. Good gracious.
It would appear the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly.
Those clothes on the floor there. They're Shishiro's, without question.
Well, it seems we were just a little too late.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, while we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. Maybe 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. I thought that was a hat, Phoenix, but it is in fact not a hat.
Well, that burly crewman may return any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. Check the wardrobe first.
According to the report I was given, Naruto was concealing himself in Nasogi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was, and it was part of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
Sign of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruto. Experience the moment yourself now, complete with my dramatic retort. Come along now, in you go. It'll only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes, you can just tell me what you said.
Well, there's some brilliant remark about opening the wardrobe to reveal a stowaway murderer.
Think I'll just read about it in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
That's weird.
Speaking tube here, look, though it's been stopped with some cloth. The voices of crewmen on the bridge aren't a noise, I suppose.
Or indeed, so the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Something that have happened in there for happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Either that, or
could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
This ice isn't melted. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it's...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? Suddenly trailed off.
Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy, chilled drinks.
Pardon?
Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce, such as well as ice.
Or a dead body.
On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water.
I haven't taken on the flavor of those food I ate, you know. These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases.
How specific! I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
Maybe right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle.
You know what I always say,
Mikotoba, there's nothing important about trifles.
Probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Very sizable trunk indeed.
There is partial to all these things large, and rather clumsy fellow if you failed to notice he left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose. Lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape.
Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now and the situation would be quite different, though.
Sadly not, it has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in morose enough in mood to work through all the combinations at present.
There's the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside.
Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered that recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
Sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago.
3 days ago? Right before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself.
All crew members will be required to assemble the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to be... Okay, I didn't get to read all of that.
Ah, yeah, there was an evacuation drill. Remember now. For our safety and security, at first, class passengers were constantly under watchful eye of the crew. Welcome to relief to be privacy for once.
I can't even look at the court record to actually, read that. Substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
One more week you wore trousers, a Tanzai robe, a harem-like waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
Looks to me as though they've been thrown in a heap like that for something in a hurry.
Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made the mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown one of Shishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy extras I need, I think.
Is he hiding in the case? Of course, I think he's too big for that, right?
Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied in these sea voyages. Found a mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked these bookcases was a hopeless heretic. No copy of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind, I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you?
Is he promoting himself or promoting Iris?
Walls are slightly different colors here, do you see?
Indeed, what do you observe to rise when a flame has been hanging on the wall from some time removed? Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
Very well me be the elusive thief who's been plaguing Francis' galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attention elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. Feels though I might have spotted something of similar shape and size elsewhere.
You are still here.
Ah, Abel Seaman Strongoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Eh? You're waiting for me? Of course! I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because you trick you played before.
Poor innocent Chishkin.
It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the disembarking of deceit and the borrowing of the truth. Kakoi? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not left this vessel at all. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you...
Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it?
Well, I've worked out part of it. Really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my immutable logic and reasoning? No!
Nothing would please me more other than to skip this.
What is this? We have about minutes until the vessel is put to sea. No games now. Oh, are they gonna do it automatically? Time is of the essence. Mr. Strongoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what they said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is one thing in this room that is quite clearly contradiction. What?
Ah, yes, of course.
I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. What is in this cabin that shows the impossibility that Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba.
Been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has, quite. Now all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see, but as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me.
I think I can manage that.
That'd be the ice. Right? The ice would have melted after 2 hours. That's a common detective thing. Also, was that his voice? Tap dancing!
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass.
How curious the ice shouldn't have melted, despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Why is he tap dancing? Appeared the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival, with his well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Shonganov?
But why would Shishio run from us?
Before we consider that question, allow me to confine one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins on the SS Groose are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan?
Ah, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Shishiro was, yes, 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin from the dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide.
What traces?
I know nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stronganov?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place here.
That'd be the picture. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remembrance of the dark deed that took place here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we all know. See if we can uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. I much prefer this version.
Take that!
Instead of Sholmes nonsense. Why the tap dancing, though?
Rolls of patches in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked here on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Ah, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant crewman, are you, Mr. Strongnov? I think your captain's quite justified in having reservations about your reliability. Ah, very rude.
Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who has been shooting walls? Rude. I see. The projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. So, that means Jigoku killed Gregson? This is the bullet hole we're missing. Now then, Mr. Strongnov. I have the distinct impression you are attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. So, I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. This one I don't know. Been told to keep this pretense is clearly shown by...
I really know how to approach this one, Jones.
Ha, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it.
I'm gonna glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. Take the eyes out of my head.
Oh, yep, there it is. He's got a bunch of money in his pocket. Every time.
It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. Capitalism rules this world.
I'd wager the Eastern fellow in question. It's Shishiro Jigoku, yes?
Yeah.
I presume you realize what this means? Clear signs a crime has been committed in this cabin. The way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But I just accept money. I believe you know, Mr. Strongnov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding in this precise moment in time. But he is in the trunk. But he's so big! As always, Mikotoba, the matter of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's garber.
We'll need to follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Slightest flicker over the pupils. Slightest flicker? His whole head slung around. Nothing escapes the attention of my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. Not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
You shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Stop sassing me.
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you?
Apparently I am, although I've never flipped anyone.
Truth is, Shishiro Jigoku is unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
If he saw his breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air since we've been wasting so much time.
Huh?
Imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it'd be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we, forgetting that the combination is locked? We don't know a 7-digit code.
Combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure.
Ah, of course.
In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number of the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. I know nothing of combination code. Oh my. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk?
How on earth do you expect me to...
It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. I don't... I can't read that upside down. I have to turn my head. Right? So 5... Oh, it only goes up to 5, so that must be a 2. E is 3. 1... 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
Click. No, it was a 2. Because it only went up to 5. You had to meddle, didn't you? Oh, jeez, he's really bent up. Well, Eugen, you found me now.
It's a hero.
First time we've seen the judge be a bad guy.
Really hoping you were beyond hope to not find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it was something else, some other way.
Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, the reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many... whatever.
Excuse my manner, Sholmes, is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
Devils in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, hero, are you gonna explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey, yeah, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived here in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid so, yes. I realize now I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, for first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. More than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. Cabin did just happen to be available. So I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've seen for myself the ominous remnants of that incident in his cabin. So you already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? Preventing anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. Afraid we must insist you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
No, but I got a fist. We have this, Shishiro. Take it. What is it? The paean from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. Came prepared then, Yujin. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Shihiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. I've seen that before. Where have I seen that before? I thought so. You can't see it because I don't have the camera on, but I have a pocket watch. This is the exact same thing that's on my pocket watch. I see. So he was in fact killed in this very room. Then stored away inside one of the ship's fridges. Killed by who is still on the board, though. Though, you know, obviously. Do I wind it menacingly? I haven't wound it in eons, so no. Also can't get it back in the thing. Yeah. I used to carry it around because I was like, I gotta watch. But then I actually got a phone that wasn't like a sliding phone, that actually had like a working clock, so I didn't need it anymore. What it is, I have no idea. I look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir for our brief sojourn in France. Small component has been into the court record. How am I gonna get that over to the court? Well, young Naruto, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on your shoulders of you and your assistant. How are you gonna... Are we gonna call them? Like, we're in France. Kazuma Isugi. I know you. I mean, I think. I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes since this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended, except for, you know, phones, because what even is a phone? But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. Must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. How could they do the deed if I am in here? No sense in wasting any more court's time. Prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. Objection. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. You should know when to sharpen your sword inside someone else's box. Or rather, when to not. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. Court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard relevant testimony. Also, real quick. How did I get this? Wait a second. We haven't even talked to them yet. These little things all over the place, don't you? Right at the top of a pocket watch, you twist it all the time, isn't it? It's called the crown. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I believe a watch would be useless without one. The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually, if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here without a very bare head. The monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. How did we get this, though? I was gonna look at the sword.
Okay, following departure from Port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Drill will take 20 minutes. Okay. Karuma, the Great Blade. Such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. Tip of the great sword, broken. Such a shame, it's been meticulously cared for over the years, except by me. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs.
Oh, why? Why does he keep eating ramen? It's too much ramen.
No, that's a different one. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Can we examine his headband and put it back on him? No? Okay. Court has already presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. Only be one conclusion. The accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. Still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. This is already on his way and is scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Shishiro Jigoku. Very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku? You found him? But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest Jigoku is already dead. Strongheart, your investigations are hot garbage. Okay? I've proven that at least 7 times. You had people thinking a lady that fell unconscious on the street was dead. And you just threw a guy onto the gravestone thinking he was dead. Everything about Scotland Yard is hot garbage. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes? Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku the night of his death, because along with the prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Shishiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Groose on the 31st of October. Thanks, Phoenix. It appears that this is too soon to move an education at this point. You're being oddly accommodating for a supervillain. I'm pretty sure he's behind it, right? He has to be. Also, do you think he's so tall in that chair because it's actually just his normal model? And they just put the desk in front of it? Prosecution concurs. Court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Do we still have that 3-day rule? Or is that only in the other games? In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side. Nope. I'm good, my lord. No objections, my lord. Alright, we're gonna have another full investigation day, or just gonna talk to Jigoku? We live to fight another day. Have the skin of our teeth. My teeth doesn't even have skin on it. To be continued. I wonder how much longer this is gonna take, though. It's kind of depressing to see it saying final. You know? Not even just chapter 5, it's just final. This is the finale. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Lord Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Although nights aren't really known for being still. Then, a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Where'd the turkey come from? And the pie?
We have returned, my dear fellows.
Welcome back to Britain. Thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know.
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
Were we?
So this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
I can relate.
Well, not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. To think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. Fair. Not a good first impression. Like, oh, hello, nice to meet you. Last time we met, you were a dead guy. Or I thought to be dead guy.
You know, Mimikyu, technically he's betrayed us twice. Because he was still alive, we never got Soul Sword talking to us.
I was still betting on that. The sword was going to talk to us at one point. But nope. He just came back to life and took the sword.
And all this started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Now then, I must say it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Where's Jigoku? I guess he's probably in prison. It is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku?
Took him to Scotland Yard. Investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it?
Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you the matter only yesterday. Put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you had a reply already?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes?
Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
That's good news, because supper's ready, everyone.
Ah, and what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and a kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I don't think they did. Unless Sholmes told... Well... Sholmes did tell the crewmen that he wasn't actually dead. So I'm sure they probably told her. You know, after they disembarked. Because they really cared about her, right? They would have been like, don't worry, your cat did not kill anyone. It was, in fact, a lie. Which is... I don't know if that'd make her feel better, really. Good news, you didn't kill anyone. You just knocked him unconscious and were told that you did kill someone for, like, a day. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not here.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yep, and that place is for Susie's dad,
who I knocked out. For me?
That's right, I made especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of Professor Mickey.
It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Iris, do you mean... Yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I see you listened to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. Sholmes, why are you shocked? Misunderstanding arose because of the autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris' father. What? Neither of them? I thought it would still be Dr. Wilson, if anything, but neither of them? Yes, about that, Iris. You know I know, you can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Do we know anyone with pink hair? The pheasant's by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. And also for knocking you out.
Oh, no, that's quite alright.
Then why didn't I get an apologetic pheasant? But just who is Iris' father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot.
A fine idea, Sholmes.
All looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like, they're always seconds. I'm trying to think. He said that all of the things written in there were by Iris' father, and he didn't decline it when we said that before. But I don't think another name has really been presented, has it? I don't know. Maybe there is no real answer. Got that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. Can't let this opportunity slip away. Gee, I wonder what I'm supposed to do. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. His pleasant pheasant. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's dad. Even though I've played the role of a father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt, you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of the game. I could probably contain my curiosity on that one. Oh, of game, not the game. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? Your regular dark brooding fashion. Seems that before the discuss of pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Ha ha! Already made that joke, Sholmes. What was the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found is indicated, duplicate as followed. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Grayson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names! They were at the end of the first game. Come across that exact same list before. Came with that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking a monumental intrigue. Plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means in which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of the message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Didn't find the names out until the case was over, never to get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yeah, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected, investigate the telegram records. Expect to find communications from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names, needed by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent a detective I know who specialized in canonized mission of this nature. You asked Inspector Tozanaga to undertake such onerous task for you? Why is he still in that disguise with the stupid turtle on his head? Is that the only picture they have of the man? At least get a picture of him in a waiter's outfit. At least that's like somewhat respectable, but like if he gets pulled over with this picture, they're gonna be like, sir, where's your turtle? Oh, sorry, hang on. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellow, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand.
Anyway, list of names were found in Shishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended receptacle. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that, and it's not instantaneous kinesis by any means, but without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Cosmo's death. That tragedy we had to go through in the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. You were completely taken by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mr. Sato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our 2 countries was already in place. 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Cosmo coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue the voyage to England? Honestly, I kind of forgot he was there. Terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in Great Britain and Japan. In light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death. Also, were you wearing that outfit when you... Okay, whatever. Afraid the study tour could no longer go on ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of the problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves a suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. What? When have you ever manipulated me before? Literally every time we talk. Just every time we talk, I manipulate you. It's just a thing I do, okay? Get over it. If it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was taken. Well, she doesn't look like the one in this picture, but A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I've subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding a foreign refuge which she sought. I seem to remember Miss Sasato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. Is that where she was going? Also, I guess that confirms that America exists. Afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of this tragic event that already existed a year ago. Is close at hand? Need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. What does this say? Oh. Dang it, this doesn't say anything! No room for doubt with the instructions in the telegram, Mr. Sholmes. Very clear there was Judge Goku's office that should be searched, so... obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. You only learned those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and because they appeared as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That is true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that, approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. Both still in Japan? Really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others of her intervening states of secrets, because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between British and Japanese governments. Why? Perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, just take my word for it. But you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has his designs of knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. No secret is safe from a detective when he can know the secret. Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all those tragic events were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Or, don't. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy which they're all somehow connected. I'm assuming it's the professor case. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as was transcribed in Japanese script, was in fact Miss Asa Shin, or Assassin, if you please. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see, I guess. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she herself had been killed. And accordingly, I became rather fearful for the lives of the remaining two persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself, but I determined it would be safest for young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. It actually would have probably been riskier since Aishin was over there. That's why you went to such lengths to prevent a study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So you already knew who Kazuma was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I had exchanged correspondence for years. I've got many tales about Asogi to him in my letters. And the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my dad, but still. That's very sad. So sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. What you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. One big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course. Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Jeziel Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Like an autopsy? What do you mean when you say hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names in the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. This telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Which of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. The real reason was Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin because he was the target of assassination. Well, yeah, obviously. A regular lady, foreign or not, doesn't walk around with poison in her pocket. Unless it's, nail polish. That stuff will do you in. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of its telegram puts the list on a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Merc. Young Mr. Asogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved with something like that? This is going down a weird route, Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student in Japan where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. Certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruto. But the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to the diplomatic immunity after being consular jurisdiction.
Oh yeah.
Such jurisdiction would be null and void on the terms of the new treaty between our new countries. The fact that it was brought into play suggests an intervention of the very highest levels.
The highest levels?
These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of the diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
Oh, wait a minute, Sholmes. This telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins you're suggesting. It would mean that the Japanese killer target was never Shishiro Jigoku at all. Miyasogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Sorry, was dying.
I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow.
Yeah, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exposition. He transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him.
But without informing, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems, and sadly, turned out to be his very last.
This is too much to take in. Alright everyone, that's enough of all that serious talk for one day. Is it? Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I should make my way back to the hotel room now. Certainly been a night to remember.
It is a little bit sad, though.
Hmm?
I mean, I like the idea of you being my dad. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. Sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? If someone like me would be worthy, I'd be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So you'll teach me about the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor? Uh-huh, of course. Be my pleasure. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo. Huh? I mean, yeah, of course, if you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother.
Well done, Iris. I was always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally.
But who is Iris's dad? Was that gonna become...
I'm gonna work extra hard for tomorrow now. As for my big brother and sister.
Aw.
What's all this talking about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing with what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh, okay.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
Is that a bird joke? I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point.
Oh, okay. I guess we're not investigating anything.
Exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram to Judge Jigoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend somehow become involved. Felt as though I'd been plunged into an ever greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, Felt sure I would see the light again soon, 'cause deep down there's a light that never goes out. 'Cause I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. We never get told who his actual parents are, though. Like, do you have a clan? Is there no dignified Naruhodo clan? Oh yeah, it's just trial part 2. Okay. It wasn't really much of an investigation, but I guess we investigated during the Mikotoba section. I'm still here. I never moved. Pray forgive me, chugging hollow chalices all night and day.
Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts come to light in these proceedings. The revelation we know as the Reaper is actually an organization illegally existing in its own its own brand of justice. The discovery of the respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the Judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing. Birds? No birds. To uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve, yeah, that's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire... The Venom may speak.
On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor?
Rude.
He has admitted to concluding with the victim of the plotted assassination of an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has been leading up to this 1 day.
Kazuma. Now, with that, I'm gonna be right back. And just mimic you technically correct. You are only bird, not birds. We do have an owl on screen, though. On the left. That's a bird. And, Van Zeeks has been hovering in the top right. But I'm gonna be right back to get some water and check on a thing. So 1 second. Just look at Ryu going Kazuma.
Hello, gaming. Sorry, I'll be right back again. I have to give the dog some food. So. Sorry about the extra wait. I have returned. What? Why would it be more diversive to give them different shoes? Isn't that less diversive if they have less shoes? I'm confused. Well, whatever. As long as the M&Ms don't actually wear shoes, like the candy, they don't put little shoes on the candy, I don't care. Hang on, I think it did garbage out while I was gone. People complain about everything random. Ugh. Why are you complaining about people complaining? Gender stereotypes, whatever. We've moved past that. Those aren't really things anymore. Get over it. Also, it's not even a stereotype. She's just wearing boots. Everybody can wear boots. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. They do need to be diverse by being different colors. That's about it. Otherwise, they just look like the same character talking to themselves, and no one would want that. However severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Oh, were you talking to me? Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading to very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma standing before us? An extreme exception to normal practice, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yeah, it'd be too hard to program another prosecutor. Yeah, my lord.
Sounds like they're just trying to get those good boy points that no one really cares about, but will complain about anyways. Stuff that makes stockholders happy, but no one with an inkling of common sense really cares about. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court will be in session again. I wonder if the Queen will show up. We resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks. Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Well, Random can be as sweet as candy, but I don't think she's got a chocolate filling. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Osogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. Prosecution calls its first witness to stand. Bring Sashiro Jigoku to the courtroom. And last, then, we reach our final battle. Putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Yeah, like, honestly, getting into the idea of candy being people, how do we treat the Cinnamon Toast Crunch and everything? You know, the cereal that literally eats itself and others? Even Naruhodo can't see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Come on, Ryusuke. Time for that steely resolve. This is gonna test the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ha! So it was you who issued this, was it? I give him a different voice. You're not an abomination, OP. I don't pay attention to which one I eat first when it comes to Twix, but you know, you enjoy it either way. Do you eat the quarter side of a Kit Kat bar first? I've seen that picture around. It's like, like, it's not even really putting... It doesn't even, like, come across as an abomination's actions. It's just, like, it seems uncomfortable. Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Toshiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. Well, presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. Everyone here looks evil. Even us? We have a tiny mouse on our shoulder. How could we look evil? He also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put all of that into my treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here in all places. You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm practicing defense lawyer. Yes, So when he was talking, I just realized that his beard has an opening, and that the red marks aren't just like
candy corn sticking out of his hair or anything. No, that's just his actual necktie. Huh. You know, I actually have something weird here that I haven't tried yet. Snickers Cinnamon Bun Candy Bar. My mouth has been bothering me still, so I haven't bothered trying it yet. And I also got an early birthday gift of $1 million. Candy bar. Creamy milk chocolate. It has the flavor of $1 million. Make you feel like $1 million bucks. Oh yeah, I also tried the Cocoa Pebbles milk chocolate candy bar. It's not good. It's just a milk chocolate candy bar with Cocoa Pebbles in it, and they're not good. Anyways, away from chocolate before I get hungry. Yes, and a fool of self-importance like your friend across from the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing any of your plans, you took a flight to France. Well, not a flight, he took a boat. Flying doesn't exist yet. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly are the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. You can't. Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited to guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. Simple as that. What? So you'd run from all this? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. Has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? A murder from Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunsuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you ain't telling lies. You were resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Why would you do that to yourself, Mimikyu? Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Shiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Need a telegram. This is a telegram. I can't think of a turn of phrase for this one. Detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Hold it, you little. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... You could cut it out. Or like use your teeth to carve a hole, I don't know. What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names that follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken by a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Jeziel Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, professional killer and sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi.
whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. Yeah, I cannot word. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. Telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
Telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you!
Judge Jigoku? What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name of the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Names of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Shishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you.
Ah! You deliberately avoid saying a name?
I don't know if he actually did, but whatever. Defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I speak for all present when I say that very idea seems utterly absurd.
I mean, I also don't like pie crust. I would still cut a pie normally, and just to avoid eating the crust. I assume that they just, cut it a circle in the middle. But I still would, cut it in the triangle shape that normally pies are cut in. Oh no. I have a thing sent. Ah. Yes, I have seen that one before. Where they cut a triangle shape in the middle of the pie. No, I wouldn't do that. If only because I feel like it'd be rude to whoever gets the small one. But if I could cut out the crust part, I probably would.
Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point this new development brings to light. Now, a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin aboard the SS Groose. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. Refuse will put you in contempt of court.
No need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as parting gift to all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events the night of the 31st October. Send your formal testimony now.
Whoops, all crust pizza. That's called bread. It'd be pretty easy to make an all crust pizza. You just make the dough and then you're like, oh, there you go.
True that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened, and that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
He just admitted that the communication suggests there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at its highest levels, not something I can discuss here.
Use such a worthy practice of foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. Most appalling thing I've heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. A judge. So we get a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know?
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
Basically just breadsticks.
Yeah, I guess it is just breadsticks, huh? But, like, plain breadsticks aren't very good. You have to usually put something on them.
Judge Goku, if you're the mastermind behind all this operation in Japan, tell the court to identify a counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
Yes, you are.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. Freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassination exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events. It's completely related, but whatever.
It depends on the bread.
Or do you go to Olive Garden and get their endless breadsticks, Phoenix? The crucial point is this. Your police inspector cannot perish aboard the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. Unless the crew wasn't there. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room of Fresno Street. The perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. Prosecution's accusations remains unchanged.
Even though it's already been proven that couldn't have happened.
No comment. To think a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Is that the right word? Clearly it's not a plot only the government minister and high-ranking judge such as the Winds could hope to execute. Well, I seem to call someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. Concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
It's relevant to the case, but whatever, sure. Yes, my lord. Keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness.
Alright, I already know where to go for on this one, I think. Although I am curious, why was it Gregson?
Why Kazuma? Why'd you pick him as the assassin?
Most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
Yeah, as his best friend, I could certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself to his studies, the way he pursued to become qualified as a lawyer. It's all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted as study toward Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, great Genshin Asogi.
Nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, they certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from the Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you?
Judge Goku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already made a recruiting Asogi. Okay. Yeah, we know what happened.
Hey, so you come in the first class of the SS Groose, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Not least because it was a murder of the student pastor earlier in the year, I imagine. Well, that was a different boat, but The line operators have been taking and posting a crewman outside of every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of a crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
As I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door of the witness cabin. That particular time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. Vector and I asked the crewman to allow us in the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return.
I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
Crewman left 2 potential assassins in the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
Also, hello, Riesling. Hope you're having a good day.
A bit.
Objection.
As the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this ordinary, this letter, after leaving the port in Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Groose would gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts? That seems really bad when they're already setting sail.
During that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection.
Nothing's wrong with regular breadsticks. It's just some of the breadsticks I've had were just like, this is just bread. I could have just bought a loaf of bread and I would have had the same experience. But you know, with the seasoning and stuff, it's like, that's different. Or if they're like cooked properly. But I've definitely had some that were just like, this is just bread. This is even cooked. But also, sometimes I just get tired of bread. I have to eat a lot of bread. I don't know how you got to that conclusion, Riesling, but no. I'm not bread, I'm just dead. 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel.
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Present the evidence of the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? It'd be this, the only thing that was in there.
Take that.
He just kind of said that, hey, I'm the judge now. We don't really know why he did that yet. That's a lot of stuff, but yeah, those are okay.
Judge Jigoku, this was also found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
If you observe, victim's pocket watch, which we know that he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be!
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this is retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
I never murdered anyone. You acquitted me yourself.
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke.
Oh no, what are you going to do now?
The argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
Not really.
And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I had known that that would result in anyone having to listen to this drill, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Nothing I've said.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear exactly what happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled.
Will I?
Prior to review testimony, I'd like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume. Which means he lied, which means he is in contempt of court. Well, whatever. Very well then, you may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship this evening, 31st of October.
Of course. Man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. Do you not?
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Soon took care of him with my Iponcio throw, though. He couldn't wait to run after that. Imagine his watch even broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. What? Inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
What? That was the pitfall?
Iponcio? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use it too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo,
Imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you?
not really? It was in his pocket. It's a pocket watch. It would have been in his pocket. Why would it be in this guy's case?
Back to the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. No way proves the victim's murder took place there.
What about the bullet hole? Okay, whatever.
No doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Oh, okay. I hate everything about this.
He was merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell.
Then you need to leave.
Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
If this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku be deemed to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here in the cross-examination.
Sorry, my lord. Defense has a right to cross-examine. And I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now Penny's at the door, so 1 second.
I have the floor, but Penny has the door.
Foolishly waving his gun at me. I don't think Gregson would ever do that. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I never seen a muzzle with a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for help outside the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Had nothing to do with it.
Crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long.
A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch which doesn't prove that the murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is my power and my jujutsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about?
Huh?
That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
No evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think the idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? People die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off the ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
You used your case. Well, yeah, that's true, but...
All passenger luggage is expected when unloaded from arriving vessels. I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as a hand luggage.
When people die, they are killed.
The murder had taken place aboard the ship. You would have imagined the body would have been disposed of at sea. There'd be no sense of risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain, unless you're stupid.
That's killed that idea, then.
But perhaps not.
Mrs. Sato? Heard the first-class passengers were under the constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted guard by them. To mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in sea. Yeah, that's true. Transporting the body to Britain may have been an only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
No, I've been here for over a year.
Thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words so you can understand. Think I'd alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. Is it weird that Bridley can only give us two different voices? No possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Do I have anything with his case in it? I got Gregson's trunk, but... Now, these are all for the previous thing. They have nothing to do with him. That's the assassination thing. There's a sword. There's his Lucky Charms. Sogi papers? No, wait, why would they be important? Oh, well, there's his trunk. And that's the only thing we have of him that's really involved with him at all. Although that is not our outfit.
Objection!
Objection. No possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do, transporting Inspector Gregson's body back to Japan, or back to Britain, is the only thing you could do.
What are you talking about, Ryusuke?
While being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Oh yeah, they did mention that he had the right to... Yeah, he was exempt from it.
He was exempt from having luggage searched when he enters the country.
Hmm.
We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
I actually forgot about his dad, or her dad, complaining about that.
Oh, the passport check luggage search border took a rather long time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Don't look at my box. There's a dead body in there.
Presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku? It's a photograph, and as you can see, there's at least one laugh. We took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes.
I guess I wasn't technically wrong then. A murder was taking place in that hotel.
3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with new arrivals in Japan in a hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk.
Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel. That's a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man considerable size, fits inside his trunk. Verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? Inside his trunk? How horrifying. After he'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to dispose of the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gore, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. Acknowledge that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. Onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, the refrigerator of that requisite size are few and far between.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liner. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. SS Groose is no exception. Professor Mikatoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. This again.
Well, this is all very heartening. See that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built upon logical reasoning in the new century. Until, Phoenix Wright gets involved, then it's mostly bluffing. Like I say, you both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Jigoku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. Defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? Don't really no need for me to respond, is there?
There is.
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? Quite logical.
Actual scene of the crime.
Prosecutor stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. There's no tangible evidence exists to prove the prosecution's claim at this time. Just go to the boat. It's still in port. Defense deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Right, that's how the logical reasoning of British are known for really works, young stripling.
Victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? Afraid that prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How could you say that?
Quite simply, because the claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Tantalizing counsel, think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene in Fresno Street. And it clearly contradicts that claim.
What would that be?
Actually, thinking about it,
We don't have anything about the bullet hole, for whatever reason. But if he was killed instantly, he would have fallen backward, right? Why would his body be curled up in a ball? Except for when he was in the case, in which case he had to be curled up in a ball, because that's how he was stuffed in there. That's what I'm going with. Low battery. Hang on. It appears to have fallen at some point, so 1 second. I have obtained cord so that I may plug in controller. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I left you guys with silence. My bad. Photograph of the victim at the very location you claim he wasn't killed.
yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection, he died instantly. Sorry to disappoint you, Judge. It's your logic that's flawed.
What?
According to his autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though an answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting...
Yeah, sorry. The Spectre's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out onto the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as though it had been kept in a confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it was very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood.
present my trunk? I refuse!
What? On what grounds?
I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment, just because of some trifling, baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Goku, there's blood in your trunk. What do you do with all that blood? All the blood inside your trunk?
I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
Objection! At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Wow, Ryu. If only you were like this all the time. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Ugh.
Order! Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what is it to be?
I don't care who you are. You will give me the truth, or I'll stab you myself.
Can't be serious. You did it? I mean, have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asogi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Oh, he's gonna push it on Kazuma. I might try exactly as possibly in my defense.
What?
You, dear God, outrageous.
So it was you. You admit to being Inspector. Oh, okay.
No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean?
He's gonna try to pin it on Kazuma, but it doesn't.
Merely suppose the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, or to avoid unwanted attention. The digital assistant over there pointed out I had no chance to throw it into this ocean. So I decided my only option to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
But also, he doesn't have a gun.
That's right, who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi.
What?
You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Shishiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. Thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you?
If he thought that, then he wouldn't have been like, no, it was on Fresno Street. Like, what in the world are you talking about?
Well, the prosecution counsel have already admitted to visiting the witness cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
Okay, well, I have more evidence.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion.
Assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi. Isn't the dead end it seems to be? Answer's right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. Only one of them did it. I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well, the defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is impossible. The guard was right outside the room. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Claim that logical reasoning is the future judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for the Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? Or an only accept argument that's supported by compelling evidence. Present what you have, counsel. What proof is there allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Take that!
Just this again. You know, you have crew members of the SS Groose, my lord. This is conclusive proof.
In iterate? How does that prove anything?
Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
Why do I have to spell everything out? At least with Gina here, that would make sense. Hang on.
Sorry, another puppy showed up. My aunt's puppy, name's Pebbles. She apparently stopped to visit. I still have a scar on my finger where Pebbles bit me, though. Sorry I didn't have the camera on for you to see her. But she also tried to pull my hair out. Night in question, as always. A crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated in the India area. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port in Dunkirk. Ah. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at that time. But Prosecutor Osogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. Sure. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night boarding house in town, and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Osogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Hold it! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
Boy, just saying what that to extraordinary himself. Can't trust he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the...
Objection. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name on the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
No,
No escape this time. You can forget your judge or government minister. Time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Nope. It wasn't Knuckles. My previously mentioned aunt. He sent me texts and stuff while I was, streaming, and I just kind of ignored them. Killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it, Sashiro Jigoku? That dawn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh no, he broke it again. Oh no, it's flying. Why is it flying?
it's over. My life is over.
Why did it fly away? I witnessed gravity just disappear. British assassin to eliminate the professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate the detective in Britain.
Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request. It was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. Things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Japan. I forgot who was talking. Found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option to carry out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. Decided it'd be safest to carry the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for pretext that I would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. You probably should at this point. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. All trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. How awful. Past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. Didn't give him the time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the Judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. No, he's not my hero, because he didn't make gravity disappear, he just reversed it. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Ah. And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Groose. Which begs the question, why you arranged for this body to be discovered in the room in Fresno Street? Young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. No way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered on the evacuation drill. Though before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. Which is why all his clothes were out on the cabin floor. I knew I needed to take steps the police were convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. Must have imminent details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. Inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet the man by the name of Hugh Bone, from whom I would take back his police identification. I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. Must have been just after we took this photograph, and, had a good laugh. With you at the hotel then. Yes, I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was no more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spied a young girl selling firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. So just the big one. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece of his own in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. Hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. Only arrived in the room around the 4:45. Quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick.
Managed till the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone was due to arrive at 5 would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Oh.
Didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket until I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. At the end, but there's so many... I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. And this will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Second. Alright, someone wanted a thing. Again.
An exchange of assassins, what a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! Already told you that I cannot say.
Why?
Even though things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Shouldn't it go to the other one? Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Remind all those present the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Okay. Objection? No? Okay. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of the Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. Oh, they replaced that, I guess. In short, the defense's innocence has therefore been established by beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, thank you. I guess. Something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
Tried to the Reaper the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought upon the defendant in his trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal education. Hereby declare the defendant, Barak von Zeeks,
Objection!
Objection!
Okay, here's the objection. You didn't really prove who the Reaper was, and...
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred.
Counsel?
The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all, and therefore, it'd be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position. What?
But Judge Goku's already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear you have some information the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Sanshiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot.
Yeah, but how would Van Zeeks have the power to do that?
Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Victim went to France having been ordered to on a mission for the Reaper.
Alright, that would be a fair thing to have him go to court for, Mimikyu.
Victim went to France having been ordered by a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in position to give such order, which is not Van Zeeks, but we're gonna pretend it is. And we've already established the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
Prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Beric von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. And furthermore, I'm glad to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
Okay. Order in the court. Reaper of the Bailey. Long-standing mystery, Counsel. You suggesting you have some new information which to build a case?
Scotland Yard's already investigating Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. Found no evidence whatsoever to sustain the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances now have changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish Lord Van Zeeks' unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well then. While it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity to witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
Hereby declare this court to be in session for the supplementary hearing.
Oh, we're doing this again? Okay.
Ah, gee. How long is this gonna go on for, though? They turn a blind eye to discourtesy as I verify this vile and unrelenting accusation. Hasn't soured the contents of my hollow chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks!
I first had to suffer the episodium of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt as it's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good.
Let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. Prosecution seeks to begin building its case, calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness. In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey.
What says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. That's what we must do. Vince has no objection, my lord. I have some objection, my lord. Oh yeah, you're right. The scales of justice are still tilted. Are they gonna just fall over by the end? You have a formal testimony to the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. But we know it's Strongheart, right? Because Van Zeeks was told to go there by Strongheart. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. That one's wrong. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me behind being behind the Assassin Exchange. As far as power positions go for people we actually have, a character base for, yes, Strongheart's the only person with enough power to pull all this off. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper, the Bailey, and that you are the mastermind of the Assassination Exchange. I acknowledge the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused is to be untrue. Yusuke Naruhodo? Yeah? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Fish and chips? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experience in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. Truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it'll come out. Always been my intention to work with my client and pursue the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examine a witness. Yeah, my lord, whatever. Know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. No, you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere in this man's testimony. There's only one I can think of, and there is a connection between him and Wilson. Right? This I believe.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? Where did you get that? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Yep. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This is the autopsy report for the professor's final victim. An undeniable link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, the autopsy considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Remember the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zeeks. It's hard to not say Barrack Von Zeeks. It was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers to be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave his vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicating the professor for his crimes and conclusive evidence that convicted him. Enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? Objection. I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and all prosecutor concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer. Be sentenced to death. But it was all sham, and I swore to myself I'd prove it. Why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tendency of purpose here. However... Bailiff, how does he keep getting those? That's the third one he's destroyed today. He who fails to quash the emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know that this won't wash. Claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. And also, you'll claim that the world is kind of getting attacked by a giant woodpecker right now. Must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Oh, alright then. As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. With him, the pretext of being an assassin recruited to kill Shishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. Truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged that I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? What secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, are you? And what? You gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? Very much dependent on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. The whole truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. Still believe your father was the professor. No doubt in my mind. Unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Yeah. It was for the good old country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Why? Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Sling! That's when the blade got stuck in the box, I guess. That's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma. The results of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy were fabricated. And the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. They could only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Von Zieks. But I wasn't... In other words... The defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
So it follows the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak von Zeeks. That doesn't make any... Okay. Whatever.
Objection!
Objection. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you have just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence at that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears, all two of them, left and right, as the Russian man said. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this. Then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? Yeah, it's me. I had a feeling this name was gonna come up, considering he's been in this room this whole time. True identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh, I like her picture. Looks much sweeter in a picture than she does in person. It was him! Oh.
Take that!
Only other person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. Do we get the other judge if we, like, pull him down to the witness stand? He only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. Oh, the Queen being the judge would be pretty great. I had the burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for the case, control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial, but I see now. I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world, by Shishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. May very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Who I am now speaking for, apparently. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. Defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. Not gonna defend yourself? Claim there was some wrongdoing in Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost for the stand. That is an idea. Maybe we'll do that in the future. You know, maybe my descendant will summon a ghost to the stand and not even know it. I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be sustained by anyone or anything. There is someone, though. Okay. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there was really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. Court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. Accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing we can do now? No other avenue we can go down to pursue the truth about what happened those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Gone extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart, even though, she should. There's one ray of hope. Objection! Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. I killed them all. I mean, who, Ryosuke? Tell me, who? Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. Not doing this for you. Doing this for the truth. Who's the truth? Are you cheating on me? Person in defense like to call a stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... Eugen. Because he's the one that wrote... Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensics medicine, my lord. Professor Eugen Mikotoba, 16 years ago, came to London with Shishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. What could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect, the autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. Defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness in a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. Defense demand is denied. What? Professor Mikotoba's in London at the very moment. He summoned him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Shankar has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He was about protecting himself. Professor Asogi, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stats. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the mastermind in this assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete. This time, I don't have the requested evidence. Exactly why we need this witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. That's rude. Now, as stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Shishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by proper authorities. Objection! We all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Well, yeah. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you'll be remanded for following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. Futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi. Lag. Is the judge gonna show up and just slap him? That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it. Who's holding it? Oh, of course. Mr. Sholmes? This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once. Objection! Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jikoku before he fled from Europe. Of course, you'd hear what he has to say, even if it's nonsense. Lord Mayor Stronghart, imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really, and why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question. If I may, we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth beyond these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along the prevarications of your superiors? Order in the court. Seems to me we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadow of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. Judge has absolute authority here. Yeah, he calls the trial to an end. Must end. Note that he is not the judge. What? What's... Trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right, we need to clear this up for the young Japanese fellows representing secrecy. My lord, you assured the president you would uncover the whole truth here. Now you're turning around. Vindicate yourself with these outlandish accusations. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. And they said the thing that I said. Also, one sec. Let's see. Hello, I'm on camera right now. Only for right now, though, as I intend to turn it back on. Turn it back off. But no, a toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Also, don't worry. That's just strawberry juice. Nope, it is strawberry. Grape, pear, and strawberry. I thought about using Sunny D instead, but at least having it in a bottle seemed more appropriate. Testify! Testify! Well, my lord, you heard the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it be rather awkward to silence. Testify! I think we have that as one of the quotras, don't we? There we go. Thank you, Phoenix. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of a witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me here today, is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. Still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder, if you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please.
Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
It was Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial gonna take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. Ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Confront whoever whatever horror it tries to drown me under. I can read.
Be continued. The ear thing, that happened earlier, actually, Reslane. We tugged on the ear, and it ended up being a little walkie-talkie that tugs on Sholmes' ears. Now, with that in mind, I'm sorry to say that I will be taking a break, because my mouth hurts. Hello. It is me with my hollowed chalice, although it's not as hollowed as Van Zeek's, but hey, you take what you can get. But I'm afraid that will be where we stop for right now. But I am also hungry, so I'm gonna go find food and stuff, and other things. Is it from the strawberry juice? No. Okay, sorry. Pray forgive me for summoning my hollow chalice on stream, but I hope you all enjoyed the stream and enjoy the rest of your night. I will possibly see you either tomorrow or Sunday for the conclusion of these trials. How will I eat with a hurt mouth? I don't want to talk about it. And as for all of you, thanks so much for just being around. You've made a annoyingly dark day a little brighter, so thank you for being there. But I will see you later. And I hope you all have a good night. Bye for now.